and special focus on what is sometimes called financial ethics. I'm not sure there is anything that is that specific about financial ethics. It's just ethics and the negative aspect, the unethical behaviors. But what is very specific to finance is the context, the actual framework of activities, and how this sparks specific concerns about ethics and the consequences of unethical behavior. So that's going to be a program for this evening. We'll start by listening to short presentations on ethics, just to understand clearly, and I'd be very happy if you have questions, just to understand exactly what is. That'll be the first part. The what is it? What is ethics, and how does it relate to business activities? Then we'll be looking at ethics and finance, and finishing off in just a few words about business ethics, knowing that we will be going much more into details about the general idea of business ethics later on, because we will see how it is directly related to what is called corporate governance. So we'll be looking at the philosophical foundation of corporate governance, its practical implication, and how it is related to compliance and to ethics. And this is where both will meet. And all along there'll be some illustrations. Before, so, and yes, by the way, before we start, I've uploaded, you can find on Canvas on the in the files section, you will find today's presentation, okay, that I have actually updated. Okay, so you have the latest version. You have a PDF which you can find right now on the Canvas platform under the entry files. All right. So it's the name of the file is probably what is it? It's probably Compliance and Ethics Part 2. All right. Not probably, it should be. All right. Before listening to a short presentation that explains what is ethics, and actually there are two short presentations I'd like us to listen to, and I want you to, then we'll go back on them in detail, and I'll explain a bit more the context. But the two aspects that we have to understand. First, an overview of ethics. What is ethics? And then something a bit more specific that is directly linked to ethics. It's what are called moral dilemma. A moral dilemma is a situation where there's a dilemma, which is that means you're asking yourself a question, and of course, the moral dilemmas are the questions that we have to answer. Now, when we take a broad view of ethics, ethics is, to an extent, totally related to a system of moral principles. Now, moral is usually concerned with, what is good, what is bad. Ethics is about the steps, the actions you're going to take that will follow those moral principles. And so, to understand what is ethics, and then to see how it actually rolls out, how it plays in a business context, in a financial services industry context, we have to start by first looking at what it means in much more general terms, of course. Now, for that, the idea is to understand how moral philosophy is what guides the answer to the question, what is good for individuals and society? And that would be the moral, the underlying moral, and we will see how ethics, if you look at its etymology, see, where does the word come from? The word ethics comes from a Greek word That is ethos. And ethos is interesting because it refers to custom. Okay, and we know that there's a link also between custom and law. A customary rule is a rule that people follow because everybody's accustomed to follow that rule. So that there's a link here that's interesting intellectually. It refers to habit, the character or the disposition. But all this is going to be much clearer once we listen to this short presentation. I'll just upload it, and then I'll come back more in details on some of those of the elements. I want you to listen to this carefully. Let's see if I can upload it. It's a short it's a short presentation. It's a very didactic one. Let's see if this works correctly.
Hello, my fellow notes friends.
So this is a short presentation that goes over the question of ethics. Okay, first we listen to this, and then I'll give more explanations about it. If by any unfortunate circumstances you can't hear anything, you tell me. Write that down in the chat, and I'll try to fix it.
Incredibly easy way. In today's whiteboard edition, we will address the question, what is ethics?
All right, so that was the first approach to ethics, and just to give a broad sense of what is ethics and its evolution. What one has to understand really is that ethics, basically, in the way we are going to look at it, relates, of course, to questions of dilemmas, and falls into what we would call applied ethics. Okay, so it is definitely in this realm that we will be more concerned with. But before we get there, we have to have an idea of what are the different approaches. Now, you have to understand that this is not just a small, like small talks about philosophy and things like that, or moral judgment or moral philosophy. Sorry. It goes much further. In today's world, the systems of regulation that we have, whether generally speaking for individuals, but I'm not going to be speaking in general terms. I'm going to be focusing on the firm and the actions taken within the business sector. It has to be really understood that today's regulation of the actions decided upon by corporations and individuals within corporation have been gradually subject to ethical aspects, and the underlying assumptions of the rules that will apply have more and more moved away from a casuistic approach, which would be to say, well, I'm taking decisions because the formal rules, the laws, enable me to do this, and they give me sometimes an option, sometimes no option. But I am just following a rule. Today's world, and in today's corporate world, in terms of corporate governance, in terms of how you do things, have increasingly been fed by these ethical considerations. So it's very important to understand that it is more and more part of the general regulation, even in business, that we have to take into consideration the ethical aspect. And the most complicated part is that the ethical questioning raises dilemmas. We'll see the same type of short presentation just after regarding dilemmas. But basically, what the ethical concern has to bring forward is to answer questions that arises when you consider rights and responsibility, or right and wrong, which is the language that is usually used. And a moral decision is about what is good and what is bad. Okay, definitely. If I decide to invest in a certain type of activity, do I have to ask myself what is good and bad, and what are the terms of this questioning? If investing in a certain sector is only related to the optimization of the investment, the return on the investment, it means that I'm not taking into account whatever this company that I'm investing in is doing. If I have to have a larger view of right and wrong, and I say, well, if I invest in, I don't know, in an activity that pollutes the environment, or in an activity that has potentially harmful consequences, I don't know, some kind of alcohol, drugs, arms, maybe the what is good and bad decision for my investment, I'm talking about investment, has to take into account something more than just the act of investment. And those are that's the kind of evolution that has gradually evolved up till now, and that is bringing this forward. The thing that you've probably seen also in the in that short presentation is that the origins of ethical thinking and critical ethical thinking was focusing on how to have a good life. That's the Aristotle's approach, what we call the Nicomachean ethics. And the evolution of that happened in the following centuries has brought to a different, I would say, quest in ethics. It is now about rights and responsibility. And that is why the dilemma today is about what is good and bad in terms of action. So basically, ethics is really about deciding on an action. At the same time, we've seen that there are different classification of ethics, or different aspects within ethics. Meta ethics, which is more, not more, which is definitely what we would call, descriptive, descriptive and analytical. Okay. Meta ethics focuses on the nature of moral judgment. So it looks at the question, what is, okay, what is moral? That is not really going to be our direct concern, although, of course, sometimes you can touch upon it, but we're not going to dwell into meta ethics in understanding the nature of moral judgment. That would be for a philosophy class. We'll be more concerned with something that's a bit different, and that would be the struggling with that, okay, would be the normative ethics and the applied ethics. Normative ethics is prescriptive, okay, so it prescribes a way of doing things, okay. It tells you, it gives you a guideline, okay. It's the content, the criteria for what is right or what is wrong. A bit like in the example with the police officer. So if we're looking here at guidelines, if you think of the word guideline, you say, oh yes, but in business environments, we have guidelines. We have these guidelines on processes that we have to follow. And this is where the normative ethics takes place. Corporate governance, for example, is a set of prescriptive ways of behavior. Okay, and so that really falls within normative ethics. So normative ethics, which is what we'll be much more concerned with, is not about what is moral. It's about doing. It's do like this. It's okay. It's, you have to act in a certain way. What will be a little bit more complex, and that's what we're going to see, is that it's not a prescription in saying turn right or turn left. It's a prescription in saying you have to act in such a way so that you meet certain objectives, certain standards. And so it's not taking your judgment away. It's not taking away your capacity to decide. The managers make choices, and those choices are the one that they decide upon, taking into account a set of information, of elements, of facts, and within that set there has to be the normative aspect, the normative ethical aspects, which will say, well, you want to make a decision, but you have to take a decision that will meet a certain target. I don't know, in terms of, for example, today, because there's a lot of talk about that, you have to meet the target of reducing your environmental impact, for example. Okay, this is just an example. It could be any other thing. All right, so that's what we'll be concerned with, and this is in the decision-making process in business and in finance, of course. This is where the ethical aspects come into play. And of course, what we'll be really concerned with is in the context of what we would call today applied ethics. When you look at controversial topics, and that can be isolated. That's why they talked about business ethics, biomedical, environmental ethics, social ethics, because in this case, the target or the well, not the target, the context that you have to take into account is defined and limited. If you're talking about business ethics, we're talking about doing things that are morally right in the context of business or in the context of biomedical and environmental issues. And so you see here, we're moving to something that is much more applied and much clearer. Now, what we will see also, and I think these are the foundation. What we'll see also is that you have to be well aware that there is no definite, absolute definition, of course, of ethics as a field of science, but also in terms of what it imposes, what it makes mandatory. The ethical thinking, and that will be the point of this session, to really have you grasp that ethical thinking is a way of thinking that helps you make better decisions, that helps you decide, that helps you understand the different stakes of a decision, but it is not a roadmap for a decision. Okay, I think it's very important to understand this. It's that ethical thinking and embedding the ethical concerns in the processes, including in business or in finance, is not to actually impose a certain decision. It's to make it possible to make the best or the least worst decision possible. But assessing the least worst or the best solution is something that we will see tends to be relative. And it's relative to a number of factors. It's relative in time. I mean, what is right and wrong today in 2021 is not obviously exactly what was right and wrong in the 18th century or the 19th century. If you take then another relativity point of view, what is right and wrong in France might not be what is right and wrong in Vietnam. Although here, as we've said before, the globalization movement for the past, well, let's say, you could say centuries, because ideas have crossed across continents for centuries, but the increase in the ease of exchanging across borders that we have enjoyed in the past 50 years and accelerated in the past 25, 30 years have, of course, had an impact on the relative thinking from one culture to another. Or to say it differently, obviously we can identify differences in ethics that are linked to different cultures and to different geographies. But what has really, I think, changed in the past few years is that even if you witness those differences, you know about the other people's way of thinking. To say it differently, today, if I'm thinking about some ethical issue in business or in finance from a French point of view, I can easily find, I'm not saying understand, but I can try to understand, and I hope people do try to understand, but I can easily find elements that will show that there might be, on that same issue, a different viewpoint if you are in another part of the world. And so I think that this is having an impact on how we understand ethics, especially when it comes to areas of activities that are globalized. Okay, when I'm thinking about business ethics today, and this is something we'll talk about, and more specifically in finance, it is obvious that because of today's globalization, I need to think about my ethical issues, not only within my own culture or my own localized context, but I take into account other points of view. And I have to do this. It's not a question of just being intellectually open. I have to do this for a very simple reason, is that my activity is globalized. Okay, so it will interfere, it will meet, my decision will meet or will potentially meet another context at one point. Okay, so that's why the applied ethics is interesting. It's quite interesting today, but that it is an evolving area of thinking, also because of the nature of the activities and the means of exchanging information in today's world. Relativity, just one example, okay? The point of view is important, okay? The point of view is important. And on this slide, although this slide is empty, or what? No, okay. Okay, on this slide, you have a picture of a cat holding a bird, okay, in his jaws. All right. So the cat, and the question is, the cat, is he guilty or not? Because what the cat just did, the cat probably killed a bird. All right. Different moral point of view. Is he guilty or not? And if I make a survey, wait, normally I can make surveys. That'll be interesting. Where's my survey thing? Wait. Okay, I'll make surveys after. Okay, this shows the relativity. For a cat, there's nothing guilty about eating about catching a bird and eating a bird. Obviously, that's how he lives. All right, but depending on how you will put the question, depending on which way you're looking at it, and you might have different views on that. So that's the first element of relativity that has to be taken into account. It's that your point of view depends on where you stand. Obviously, at least it plays an important role. So that's the first element I wanted to highlight: the relativity of the act itself has to be taken into account within a context. To decide on whether or not the cat is guilty, you have to decide what is the context of your reasoning in terms of ethics. Is it a moral judgment per se, as saying, well, you're not supposed to kill? Fine, but then all animals behave unethically. But if you decide that your ethical, your moral questioning is taken into a given context, then of course the answer is radically different. Another point that's important, I don't know if you can read what's on the slide. It's taken from a movie. The woman is asking, what makes life so difficult? And the man answers, well, people. Actually, it was a question mark. I put this slide up for why? For a very simple reason. It's that ethics is actually concerned with others, with others and other people. And this is something we'll see after very, very clearly. If we were to be living, each of us alone in the world, there would be no ethical questioning. Okay. The ethical questioning comes into play because of others and because of taking into consideration also others. And this is a very important aspect, because we will see that in business ethics, that is exactly why the ethical questioning has come into the business processes and the concerns in business. It's because of the impacts of choices and of decision in relation to others or in relation to a community. So I think this is also another important aspect of ethics that we have to have in mind. The ethical questioning is also relative in this second sense, not only in terms of context, but in terms of who it will impact and how it will impact outside of my own interest. And I think that this is also one of the complex issues about ethics. Having said this, and before looking at dilemmas, one last set of situation to look into, and I might make some. I'm probably going to, as soon as the slide is uploaded, I'd like to make a series of polls on what is moral or not in terms of judgment, because that is what informs ethical thinking and ethical decision behind. Wait, is that coming up or not? I see nothing on the slide. This is strange. There we are. Okay, so these are a series of representation of what is moral and what is not moral. Okay, and so I'll try to load up a set of polls. Okay. All right. 4. Okay, on. Wait a minute. It's not working. All right, so let's start this poll. If you take picture number 1, my question would be, is the image in number 1, is it moral or is it not moral? Okay. And then we'll see what are the and what will be interesting is to have a short explanation of why the answer. And as you see, I mean, I've written up here, is there an answer, which in itself is a question. Just gives you a few more seconds for those who want to answer. And by the way, the painting is by a man called Roberto Ferri, which is a contemporary Italian artist. All right, so let's there's an interesting trend. There's a real majority. Well, not first of all, very few of you are not taking a stand on this. There are very few people that are saying abstention, and there's a majority that says, well, yes, it's moral. Why would this picture potentially be not moral? Yeah, what would bring you to say that, well, maybe it's not moral? Nobody has an idea? Well, there are different reasons why it might not be moral, no? Well, it might not be moral because, well, just because it is a painting that has a nude character and a nude female character. So that in itself could be immoral. The second reason why it could be considered as not moral is because that character that is on the painting is actually holding a cross, which is a religious symbol. And religious symbols can be considered as not something that you should be playing with. And so the association of a nude picture, of a nude character and a cross could be considered as immoral. On the other hand, sorry. On the other hand, you can also say it's just an artist's depiction of something trying to represent something, and it is not moral or immoral. It's just part of part of life. But what you see is that you have different points of view. Now, if you take the third picture, for example, that is a famous painting by Modigliani. Now, Modigliani, so that was early 20th century. Modigliani's way of depicting and of painting has been considered by some at that time as scandalous, as a real scandal, because he was modifying the perspective and the representation of the human body, and he was painting nude women. And so, although it was an artistic translation of what can be considered as pretty or not, there were debates, more moral debates about it. In today's world, of course, this is definitely not an issue. Paintings would not be considered as a way to bring in a scandal, okay? In the same way that some books that have been written at some times have been considered as scandalous, in today's world it would less be the case. But let's have another poll. This is on the picture 2, which is in Paris. This is the Sacré-Cœur right here, and it's a picture by a famous not French, but a famous photographer. I just forgot her name. It's a German name. It'll come back. Anyway, it's a picture. So, could this picture 2, be considered as well as moral? Yes or no? I mean, yes, it is moral, or it's not a problem, or no, it is not immoral, or abstention. And abstention could be, that there's nothing really that is moral or not. It's just a picture. Public chat there. Finally. Certainly no. Okay. I agree with the answer, but I totally agree with the answer that one of you just put up on the public chat. But you have to realize here again how this shows a relativity, and in terms of time in history, or in social conceptions of life. My point here is just to have you understand how these moral judgment can be very, very difficult and quite relative. Here we have a pink elephant drinking. Now, if I ask in a Muslim country, is this moral or not? Normally, the social code of conduct will be to say, no, this is immoral. You can't drink. It's forbidden by religion, and so this is not something you can practice. Obviously, you ask the same question in Russia or in France, everybody will say, well, no, this is normal. This is very, very normal. Okay. How about using drugs? Well, I'm not talking about hard drugs and things like that, but what we call marijuana. Well, marijuana is a difficult topic in today's world. We know that some states have legalized marijuana for different reasons, for medical purposes or recreational purposes, and that if you look at this question on a moral basis, what is immoral about taking drugs? If drinking alcohol is not considered immoral, then why would taking drugs be considered as immoral? Well, there might be reasons because of the consequences it has, and definitely this is why it's illegal in most states. But it's also because of the social consequences and the economical consequences that come with it. And so if we're coming back on that picture number 5, if we look at this and we try to have a moral judgment, that will be different in time and locations, but it will not be the same answer that if we look at it from a purely economical perspective or social perspective. One of the problems with drugs is the mafia that comes with it, and all the parallel market that functions and that creates issues. And when you're thinking about it morally, you're not thinking about that. So if you look at the economic studies on drug use and drug legalization, because there are very serious works on that, you realize that they take a non-moral point of view. They're not concerned about the morality of it. And the morality is usually linked to social custom, habits, and behavior. So each time this gives an idea of what the point of view of how, of how the point of view can change. The last one is a bit of a joke. It's a woman smoking a pipe. Why that picture here? Well, to understand how something as simple as that can raise issues, you have to understand that for many years, I'm talking about a long time ago, even before I was born, in France, for example, and in the Western world, generally speaking, it was considered that women should not smoke, okay, and women should not smoke in public, at least, okay. And smoking a pipe was considered as being something for men only, okay. And so that same picture that today wouldn't bother anybody, you have to know, for example, that a very famous French writer called Georges Sand is often painted, and this picture is a bit of a representation of Georges Sand. Is often painted smoking pipes. But so in time and location, that picture could be considered as not moral or just neutral. As one of you said on the chat, it's just a woman smoking a pipe. Lol, okay? But here we see how these different point of views depend on external aspects. And so basically, the ethical critical thinking that we will have to embed in business type decisions will be complicated because of that relativity. So I think it's important to have that. But we have to go further. We have to go further. There's another aspect in ethics that is complicated, and that I've tried to illustrate here again with a painting. It's a painting of Cleopatra, the Egyptian queen. Cleopatra testing poison on condemned prisoners. So she's taking prisoners and she's testing the poisons. And so if the poison is efficient, the prisoner dies, of course. And if it's not, he survives. This painting that should come up on the screen at one point is there to highlight a very difficult aspect in ethical thinking and applied ethics, is that how can we explain the fact that there are no general consensus, no general agreement regarding what is moral and what is not moral. And that is a question that is linked to what we call moral differences or individual differences and preferences, and that is linked to economic thinking. So the role of individual differences and preferences in moral thoughts will play a very important role. And that is why, for example, a society that would be only guided through moral principles and not laws and not rules would be a society that would constrain individuals as an entity that has free will. Okay. When we look at the business ethics, that is an issue because we have to understand that the role of individual differences in moral thoughts exists and has to be explained, has to be understood in order for us to actually move forward and to make use of ethics. Sorry, I have something in my throat. So my point here is and we'll look into this, is to see if we can have what is called a taxonomy of moral ideology. And if we can have this taxonomy of moral ideology, we can actually understand the context in which different decisions will be made, and this will help us understand the use of ethics. Okay. So the taxonomy that we can have on ethical ideology is actually built upon the fact that individuals will adopt one of 4 different approaches to making ethical judgment that are related to what we call, and I have a slide that explains that just after, situationism, absolutism, subjectivism, or exceptionism. And to make this taxonomy, which I'll just pull up, it'll be easier to understand what I'm talking about. To make that taxonomy, one has to understand that our ethical judgment making depends on whether we believe in idealistic or non-idealistic values, and whether we believe that moral rules are universal or non-universal. Okay. And if you take that, these are elements of what we call moral philosophy, then you can actually distinguish 4 different situations, okay, that will bring about different ways of understanding ethical thinking and ethical reasoning. And once again, the objective here is to move forward to understanding how, first of all, taking into consideration the ethical judgment is now something that is considered as normal in business and in finance and the decision-making process, and how making these ethical judgment is complex actually, and refers to more than just your obviously, I would say, normal business factors or business determinants. Is this a good investment? Is this a good way of deploying my activities? So what are these four different approaches? Okay, so I told you that the different reaction and the different positioning of the individuals. Remember, it's why do we have different approaches? Why do we have different understanding of what is ethical and what isn't ethical? And you have to remember that what we're trying to answer here in terms, the question we're trying to answer is, why do we lack agreement on what is moral and immoral? How do we understand individual preference? And once again, those individual preference will bring somebody to be either a situationist or an absolutist, a subjectivist or an exceptionist. The two factors that depend, or that come into play here, is your positioning towards the relativism and towards idealism. If you're highly idealistic, so if you believe in idealistic values, knowing that what do we mean by idealistic values? It means that we believe that values are ideal values and not necessarily linked to day-to-day pragmatic approach. Okay, if you strongly believe in idealism and you also consider that moral rules are highly universal, okay, then you will be a situationist. That means that, sorry, I said, if you highly believe that moral rules are not universal, then you will consider that moral rules should not be followed because they cannot be understood. Okay, they cannot be identified. If I consider that moral rules are not universal, and that they are only idealistic values, then I will reject moral rules, because I consider that it's the individual's analysis of an act in each situation that can tell you what is ethical or not ethical. And so if I'm highly idealistic and highly relativist in terms of values, I believe that the values, or the ethical decision is relative. It is relative to individuals and a situation. So that's what we call situationism. And that brings somebody to say, well, I cannot find moral rules that exist because I just can't identify them. And it's a question of analyzing the individual act in each situation that can tell me what is ethical or non-ethical. So there's a great relativity. The problem with situationists is that it doesn't give you much of a roadmap. If, on the other hand, you are idealistic, but you believe that there can be moral rules that are universals, then it means that you are an absolutist, because you assume that the best is the best possible outcome can always be achieved if you follow universal moral rules. Okay. So in such a case, you consider that it's always possible to have an ethical approach because you just have to follow universal moral rules. Now, on the other hand, if you have a low, if you have a high belief also, so I was talking about this right here, then I talked about this, now I'm coming to exceptionist. So in exceptionist, if you have a point of view where you consider that non-universal rules are probably, well, let's say that there are moral rules that are universal, but you don't believe that they can be easily identified, then you will consider that moral will guide judgments, but you are pragmatically open to exceptions. And this is what we call utilitarianism. Okay. Exceptionists will say, well, there are moral absolutes. Okay, sorry, there's a mistake here. It's absolutes and not absolutes. There are moral absolutes. Okay, there are standards, but you have to be pragmatic because they are exceptions. So to say it differently, there are moral standards, but the ethical approach has to be pragmatic. It has to be guided by something else. And that's why we call about utilitarianism. Okay, you are what is called a utilitarian, or you position yourself on that map as a utilitarian. We will see that, of course, exceptionism in the realm of business ethics and is often advocated. Okay, is often put forward. Finally, if you're not much of an idealistic, okay, you have non-idealistic values, so very, very pragmatic ones, and you still have a high idea about moral value in terms of non-universal values, then you will say that, and this is called the subjectivist, you will say that you can only appraise ethical reasoning by looking at a personal perspective. It is only the personal values that can guide ethical thinking. And here again, it's very relativistic. Okay. Now, that taxonomy is important because it has actually been empirically tested. And it has shown that people, it's very interesting, people that might share very common views about society, about religion, about politics, will still have very different approaches to what is ethical or non-ethical because of that taxonomy. So this is interesting to observe in real life, including in business. It's that it is not because you share some common ideas that you will have the same ethical approach. Okay, and the distribution pattern is not explained by your underlying, I would say, social positioning, and so that explains why in a boardroom, in meetings, people can disagree quite a lot, although they seem to be pursuing the same objective and they seem to be believing in some of the, in common, I would say, ideas. So I think this is an important aspect to have in mind, because that will explain many of the elements that we will be looking at just after, in terms of implementing the ethical judgment in business decision. Now, at this point, we have to add to the ethical concept something that's becoming that is much more practical, which is dilemmas that are a consequence of those practical ethical concepts. So we're going to look at a presentation of what are moral dilemmas, and that will give us the foundation to actually move on towards a more detailed analysis of financial ethics, or to say it differently, ethics and ethical judgment in finance, in the context of finance, and you will see how that plays an important role.
Hello, Phil.
Let me just this time put on the subtitles.
Hello, notes, friends. Welcome back for another whiteboard discussion that is intended to help you in understanding the
All right, so moral dilemmas, they, of course, it's more of another taxonomy of thing, but it illustrates very clearly the different situations that we might be confronted with. The epistemic moral dilemma is interesting because it is something that actually can be quite, I would say, frequent, because it's not knowing which option is right, not knowing which of the two options that I have is right, and one is better than the other. But to know which one is better, then I need fuller knowledge. If you relate this to the business organization context, then you understand also one of the functions of disclosure of information, flow of information. And this is something that actually is quite important in today's approach to compliance, is that part of the compliance is about building creating, collecting, and bringing forward the information that fuels your knowledge, thus making it possible for making the right choice, the ethical choice. Okay. So here we see how we will find some requirements in organization that, although it's not their main purpose, but that will help to address some of the dilemmas. The ontological approach, where when you have two requirements that conflict, it was the blood transfusion example. Now, this is something that exists even when you're confronted with rules. If you have two different rules that are at the same level, okay, if you have two conflicting constitutional requirement, and I'll give you an example, then the legal approach to this, the legal reasoning that we put in place, it's to balance out the interest. Because when you have two rules of the same weight, of the same force, that conflict, and that cannot be combined, then you have to balance out the interest to know which one to choose. I'll give you a very simple and actual example. And it's linked to the COVID-19 situation. The COVID-19 situation has brought forward the role of vaccines, okay, and vaccination. And to move away from, or to try to get rid of the pandemic, we are resorting to vaccination. And so there's this obligation, this principle to require people to accept vaccination and to go and get vaccinated, because both for them and for the community, it is the only way to reach some immunity and to get rid of the COVID-19. Now, we've had, and you're maybe familiar with that, we've had debates recently with the AstraZeneca vaccine, which is a vaccine that is developed by the firm AstraZeneca. And the AstraZeneca vaccine apparently has, or is responsible for blood clogging, although it increases the risk of blood clogging, and that can lead to death. And so here the ontological dilemma was, well, we need to use the vaccine in order to get rid of the COVID-19, but at the same time, that vaccine is creating a threat because it creates a risk for the people that receive the vaccine. And so how do you balance out the interest? Well, in this case, the balancing out of the interest has been decided by the political authorities or the public authorities, and many public authorities have suspended initially the vaccine, but the reasoning was in terms of balancing out these two conflicting requirements. One of the requirement is to not administer something to people that could bring them to death, or I think that could kill them, and at the same time administering the vaccine, because the requirement here is to get rid of the COVID-19, which is posing a threat to the whole of society. And how do you balance this out? Well, here it's a cost benefit analysis that enabled the balancing out. The level of risk of having a deadly consequence of being administered the vaccine was lower than the effect that the vaccine has in getting rid of the pandemic. If I think about the blood transfusion example, in wartime, when a doctor, an army doctor, is confronted with 2 wounded soldiers and only one pocket of blood or 1 dose of drug to save them, how does he decide? And that's what we call the war ethics approach for doctors. Usually here there's an element that refers to the epistemic approach. You need full knowledge. What knowledge do you need here to balance out your ontological moral dilemma? Well, if you know that one of the wounded soldier, if he is saved, will be able to go back on the battlefield, whereas the other one, even if he is saved, will not be able to go back on the battlefield, then here you will have the answer to your ontological dilemma. Generally speaking, life expectancy is also something that would be taken into account in such a case. If one of the wounded soldier is much younger than the others, then I might favor the younger one, because life expectancy is going to be the criteria that I'm going to use, which, by the way, refers to could also refer to Sophie's choice, the explanation of Sophie's choice, although here it was used for the world imposed dilemma. Now, these elements, epistemic, ontological dilemmas, they clearly can be spotted in business. Okay, and typically we will see how the processes that are put into use are actually going to rest on processes that try to reduce the dead end of a dilemma. Because what I think you've spotted in the classification of the moral dilemmas is that most of them, if not all, have solutions, in a sense that if you can bring in another element, whether it's through moral or whether it's through the utility factor, you have solutions. And then your ethical judgment will be to make the choice that will meet either the moral requirement or the utilitarian aspects. Okay. So having said this, we'll have a pause in a few minutes. I just want to finish off just a few more words. And if you have any questions about these different classifications, please, I'll try to answer them, or we can discuss them just after the pause. I just want to stress 2 elements. In terms of moral dilemma, the general concept requires an obligation to act, different course of action possible and conflicting options, and a moral principle that is compromised, saying that there's no perfect solution. And I will give you one that is a very interesting dilemma in today's world, and that is linked also to, well, to a certain extent, to business. It's a dilemma that we have in the setting up and manufacturing of what we call autonomous vehicles, okay? Vehicles that will drive by themselves. Now, we know that the vehicle is autonomous only to the extent that there's a software that will actually impose and will guide the driving choices. Now, think about the following situation. So it's an autonomous car. It comes at, I don't know, at a crossroad, and it calculates that it cannot avoid an accident. Okay, there's going to be an accident, and the software, the algorithm built within the car, brings it to the observation that there will be an accident. But it can choose. It can choose to either run over the people that are crossing the street, or take the car off course, and the car will smash into a wall. And so hence it can decide whether it takes the risk of killing the pedestrian or killing the driver. And how do you, but it cannot avoid, it's either option A or option B, okay? And you cannot avoid the accident. And so how do you decide on such issues? And I'm not going to give you an answer, because there is no correct answer, as the French philosopher Sartre said. I mean, in many cases there are no correct or wrong answers. You just have to find a way to decide on the course of action. But that kind of moral dilemma, as we see, needs to be answered. And you see that in order to answer this and to have an ethical guidance built in the software, because that is the consequence, is that those software that will command the autonomous vehicle has to build in what can be called some ethical guidelines, okay, and some ethical thinking. And there's a pretty extensive literature on that moral dilemma regarding autonomous vehicles, and it shows how you're going to reach out to other factors in order to build in an ethical answer. So you're going to try maybe to take into account how many people in the car. If there's only one driver and you have 4 people on the that are crossing the street, then obviously the answer, purely mathematical, would be, well, it's better to kill one, well, take the risk of killing one than 4. But then you might say, yeah, but what if the driver is somebody that is very young, whereas a pedestrian are very old, okay? And so you see how it can get, even by reaching out to other factors in order to inform your ethical judgment process, it can keep getting complicated, and it requires finding some guideline outside of the options themselves. And basically, this is why it becomes complex, and why it's one thing to think about the ethical judgment. It's another to have a system in which you would say, these are the steps that you have to take. So just to finish off this part before we look at ethics in finance, so what uses ethics? We've understood how ethics functions. We understood what it raises in terms of difficulties, what it raises in terms of questioning and concern. But once we've seen that, what uses ethics? Actually, the usefulness of ethics is that it affects behavior. Okay, and that's why it's useful. We know that ethics and ethical judgment will affect behavior. And so, what are the usefulness of having an ethical judgment process? It's because, first of all, it gives a moral map. Okay, it can highlight a moral map. It doesn't highlight what is the moral map that you have to follow, but it helps you highlighting that moral map. And so with an ethical thinking, it's also there that you can pinpoint disagreement. If you have an ethical judgment process ongoing, especially within an organization, when we talked about the multi-person dilemma, that is very true in organizations where the moral issue actually raises a problem of consensus. Okay, and so what's interesting about the ethical thinking is that it helps you pinpoint the disagreement. If you have a debate about the ethical issues, you can get rid of all the elements that are superfluous, that clog your thinking, to pinpoint where is exactly the disagreement, and to reach that point where you really highlight and identify the disagreement. Okay, and getting rid of all the other elements. That's going to be very useful, by the way, in negotiation. What's also very useful in ethics and understanding the ethical reasoning is that there is not one right answer. Ethics do not give you the right answer. It gives you the possible answers, the several answers that might be considered. And so it helps you decide, make a choice. It is not, and I think it's very important to understand, ethical reasoning and bringing in ethics in business is not about telling you what is the solution. It's about bringing you to the point where you understand that there are different actions that can be taken, and then you have to decide upon the course of action, usually referring to another set of principles, and those can be the laws, the regulations, or the target that is set. Okay, for example, when in today's world, there's a lot of the ethical reasoning in business, for example, that is against gender discrimination, moral or sexual harassment. It's those ethical thinking about how the behavior, and we'll see short examples of that later on. Those elements are not, once again, they are not mandatory solutions to a situation. They just help you understand what are the different courses of action possible in such a case. And since you have a general map or a general roadmap, which is to avoid sexual or moral harassment, then that is the way to inform your choice. Okay, so those are the elements, that the more theoretical elements that will that help us understand why business ethics is actually what it is. First of all, what it is, what is its use, and now we're going to we'll have a pause, but then we'll be looking at applications of ethics within the business context. And first, we'll start with the financial ethics, or to say it differently, although you will see a lot of people talk about financial ethics, I'd rather use the following terminology in talking about ethics in financial activities, okay, in the financial sector, because it's more about bringing in an ethical reasoning in finance than identifying specific ethical elements related to finance, because finance is just an activity. Okay, but we'll look into this just after a pause, because what time is it? Yeah, yes. Oh, it's about time you have your pause. Otherwise, you're going to be starving. So we'll have a pause right now, and then we'll again come back and take up on ethics and finance. Okay, so as I said, now we have the foundations of ethics. I'll send you also a couple talks. I'll send you a couple talks after that you can watch, so that we can discuss next time. I'm just looking at the if I had all the links. So as we had said, one of the use of ethics is to give us a moral map to pinpoint disagreement and to show that, to highlight that there's not a right answer, not to give you the solution to the answer, but the different options of choice. The other element, and I'll be very brief on that, the other element is that obviously ethics is about the others. It's about something or someone other than ourselves. Okay, and this is a very important element, because it is the balance between desires and self-interest, and it really, I think here it's really related to what we call utilitarianism. Okay, so this is something we'll see on later more details in a more concrete way, but I think this is also to have in the picture. And finally, this is just as a bit like if I was making it's not a conclusion, but a provisional conclusion. We know that the question, are there universal moral rules? The answer is that you can either switch to moral absolutism or moral relativism. In today's world, probably the question is not well put if you oppose both. I think that the complexity of today's world is that we know that there are some moral rules that tend to be by consensus adopted at the international level, and those are, for example, the treaties that states have. But there is also a lot of moral relativism in the sense that culture, time, of course, and the context does bring forward either exceptionalism that we saw in the taxonomy, either some exceptionalism, where exceptionists will have a utilitarian approach to ethical thinking, or subjectivists that tend to say, well, the ethical judgment really depends on personal values and perspective. But at the same time, we know that there are some fundamental elements that are also considered as universal. And I'll just give you one example. The environmental protection issues is considered today as much more than just a personal view on our relationship to nature. It's more of a personal view. Why? Because there are some challenges that societies across the world are faced with that are common, and so here there should be some kind of universal agreement or consensus on some points. But that doesn't mean that the ethical thinking and the consequences will be identical everywhere. So I think that the question, are there universal moral rules, it actually depends at what level you're putting those rules. If it's a very high level, very generally and broadly termed question, moral positions, then yes, probably there are some that are universal. But when you come down to more practical and the ethical thinking, then you realize that here it breaks down depending on cultures and location. Right, so you cannot have a black or white approach to that. Which brings us to something much more practical, and to highlight all this, that will be the ethical aspects in finance, what is sometimes called finance ethics. Now, here we have the starting point is to remember that the role of finance is supposed to be quite simple. Okay, finance is about correct allocation or optimal allocation of funds, the best possible use of capital, and the market mechanism is supposed to decide on that. But what we've seen over the time is a growing sense of isolation of finance. This idea that finance was moving away or separating itself from the real economy. Now, a series of events have had a direct consequence was to bring to the forefront the role of finance and the consequences of finance. The cause for that has been leverage. The fact that the financial services raise a lot of money, and because of the leverage, they are able to withdraw sums of money that are far greater than what they have received, what they have collected. And so the leverage and the leveraging that you can do in finance transforms the impact of that activity and gives it much more importance than would have the real economy. And some events, the Enron failure, the LTCM failure, which are two issues that relate to corporate governance and thus to ethical aspects. The Asian financial crisis we talked about already, 1997, the Russian financial crisis, the 2008 financial crisis. All of these events have really shown and brought the attention on the fact that there is a crucial responsibility of individual and institution players in financial market. Okay, that their responsibility is very high. Why? Because of that leverage. Because of that leverage, they have far more impact on the economy than other sectors. Now, of course, first thing that has to be said is that even if the financial sector cannot be held responsible for all that is good or bad in the economy. Okay, that would be, and some people do hold those views, but that is really excessive. The financial sector cannot be held responsible for all the good and the bad in the economy, but it does bear a very heavy responsibility for the allocation of resources, both at the macro and the micro level. And so what this means is that the financial market, because of the leverage effect, they are capable of transforming a recession into an economic depression, or they can trigger one off with all the risk that brings with it, both at the individual and collective level. To say in a very short formulation, the social cost of finance is much higher than its actual technical impact. And so that is why the ethical issues are so important. Why? Because the consequence of the crucial role of finance and the profoundness of that role means that players should also take full account of the common good because of the consequences of their act on the common good or the common economy. Okay, so I think this is an important, and there's a paradox here. The paradox is that there's a huge responsibility because of the nature of the action of finance, and that huge responsibility comes at a time when there's a diminishing awareness of that responsibility and of the consequences of their act by the financial sector, by the player. Why is that? That can be explained because of the complexity of finance, that has brought forward, to say quite easily, unrecognized responsibility. Well, first of all, there are no ready-made answers in the form of you could come up with a code that would make finance always ethical. Okay, there are no ready-made answers. But there is a very important need to identify the issues of responsibilities that face individuals and institutional financial players not alike, because their impact and their role will be different. And the recent expansion of the financial sector has been characterized by an unprecedented degree of specialization, okay, in the financial profession, and by a growing diversity of activities that are carried out within a single institution. So these two elements are important. The degree of specialization in financial professions and the growing diversities of activities that are carried out even within a single organization. Now, if you add to that 4 other factors of complexity, then you realize why financial players, individuals and institutions' view of the consequence of their action has been obscured, has been much more complex. That is why there is a diminishing awareness, because the complexity factors can explain it. I can explain why it's much more difficult to measure the impact of your actions as an individual or institutional financial player. What are these complexity factors? Well, you can highlight 4. One, what I've written here, isolation by technology. In finance, you can be operating in a world isolated from the realities of the real economy. The use of very highly developed technologies tends to create a virtual world in which the real consequences of financial operations remain invisible. Okay, so the use and the extensive use of technology in finance brings financiers to be cut off of the real world, because they remain in their world of symbols and virtual reality. So that's a first element of complexity. Another element of complexity is that the financial world, both institutionally and culturally, is quite distant from the other economic sectors. Bankers, investment banks, traders, all of these people are really cut off from the real economy and do not necessarily understand, or at least it's much more difficult for them to take into account the effect of financial operations on other types of operations. So there is an institutional and cultural distance between finance on the one hand and the real economy on the other. It's another complexity factor, because the choices made and the course of action decided by financiers will sometimes not take into account some of those the effects of their decision in other sectors. The third factor that brings in greater complexity is the use to models and paradigms. That are used by financiers that are usually highly sophisticated. And these sophisticated models, we know, which is true of any model. It's not just about finance. It's true when you modelize something. When you do that, we know that you fail to express, to grasp, to capture the full complexity of the world that you are operating in. And this is, I mean, one of the great advantages of model is that it enables to pinpoint some correlations, some potentially even some causal effects, but it is hardly possible to capture the complexity of the real world. I remember a scientist a couple of years ago, not long ago, talking about AI, artificial intelligence, and he was actually using a very simple image to show the limitation of AI. He was saying the most complex processing system, there is only one, and even the most advanced computers, and even the most advanced quantum computers that will come into use cannot reach the level of complexity of that other data processing instrument, and that data processing instrument is the brain, the human brain. And why is that? Well, he was saying that the human brain processes at the same time, in fractions of seconds, a number of data that comes from what we see, what we hear, what we feel, what we think, and what we smell. And so you're saying these very different sources of data are very complex to put into process, and it's the human brain who does it, and no computer can do it. So the point that he was making is that however sophisticated the algorithm, the models that we use, we are always short of real world complexity. And that is, of course, quite true in finance. And it is true that in finance, some models are inevitably simplistic, and the absolute value that is attached to them by financial players sometimes have serious implications. Okay, the fact that some financial players tend to rest upon models without questioning them is an issue. And the final source of complexity, the final factor of complexity that explains the situation, is the perfect market myth. Okay, financial markets, they present themselves as almost perfect markets, and in that the sense that the theoretical ideal on which individuals cannot have influence. If there's a perfect market, then it means that the individual action probably has no effect. And so it has brought this myth of financial market being nearly perfect market in economic theory, has brought with it the fact that some individuals tend to abdicate their own responsibility. Why? Because they come with this excuse: it's not me, it's the market. I mean, it's not my responsibility, it's the market force. It's the functioning of the market, and I cannot do anything about it. This is misleading because the reality is different, but it explains. This is another factor that explains the distance and the fact that the responsibility of the financial sector, because of its leveraging effect, doesn't bring with it a sense of responsibility. And I think financiers, and it's true if you speak with them, the finance world and the people in the finance world are inclined to think of their world as a system that operates according to immutable rules. And in such a context, the freedom of individual players is restricted. Because if the finance operates according to immutable rules, then the freedom that I have in taking an action is restricted to the use of models and to the use of a series of a set of options, and I cannot alter the course of the market. And so outside the system, of which you cannot escape, it dominates and you cannot escape that, the individual player feels totally incompetent and powerless. Okay, and so you rely on the system, and this is one of the risks that comes with with finance. Now, in order to do that, you need to identify the different kinds of responsibilities that will exist in finance. Remember what I said earlier, ready-made answers do not exist. Ready-made recipes will not exist, and they will not work. What has to be done is to distinguish the different kind of responsibilities that apply to different kinds of companies, professions, or function within the financial world. And that's why you see here listed institutional players, so pension funds, investment funds, insurance companies that manage clients' assets, bankers who take deposits from the public and make use of them mainly in order to grant loans. Not the same kind of responsibility, obviously. Brokers and other market intermediaries. Brokers and market intermediaries usually will act on their own behalf or on the behalf of third parties. Here again, it's very different from the two first ones. Corporate treasurers manage company finance, and their main job is to provide a link between the industrial and the finance sector. Okay. And finally, the public sector, that is an issuer of bonds that will enable various activities to be carried out by public bodies. Okay, so the public sector needs to develop the funding for the public services and general functioning of the general what we call general interest services. Now, each of these functions, when you think about that, each of these functions involves an equal degree of responsibility, but the individual characteristics of each sector means that this responsibility has to be interpreted differently in each case. And I think that's the important point in finance. Yes, it's true that there are issues of responsibility, and they can be explained because of that, the complexity factor and the different kind of responsibility. But it means that responsibility, and so the ethical decision-making judgment will not be identified in the same way. What are then once we've said this, what are then the different issues of responsibilities? Because with each of these issues of responsibilities, there are different areas of ethical consideration. The ethical consideration cannot be the same, because when you think of the different issues and the different functions. The first thing that has to be said is that ethics in finance is not simply a matter of private ethics, whereas it can be in other sectors, but ethics in finance is not a matter of private ethics. Why is that? It's because it actually has a direct impact on the community at large. And remember what we say about finance. Finance has a systemic aspect to it. When we talk about systemic risk, and we talked about that when we mentioned the Basel approach, it's because the consequences of failures in finance reach very far. They do not limit themselves to the financial institution. They do not limit themselves even to the private investors. Okay, they have much larger and broader consequence. And so responsibility in the area of finance is not simply a matter of private ethics. What are the different issues of responsibility that have to be looked into? I can identify, and I'm not the only one, we can identify 4 different issues, and each of these issues will call for specific rules and regulation, compliance processes, and ethical consideration. But each of these sectors will, of course, apply for a different mix and a different content, different substance in terms of compliance. So what are these issues? First of all, the need for truthfulness. Now, this is very important in the actual context when you think about how financial institutions are less and less easy to define in terms of a single function. We witness today global conglomerates offering global financial services, okay? And so clients need to know as clearly as possible what kind of financial operators they're dealing with. You know, clients dealing with a traditional bank will have very different expectation than when dealing with a broker. And so elimination here of ambiguity is fundamental, and that's why the license system in financial services plays an important role, because it is the only way to show the true colors of the financial player. And in periods of rapid change, as we've been witnessing for years, maintaining a truthful image becomes a permanent duty for financial operator, because it becomes very complex for the clients of finance. Okay. So that's one of the important elements, and it's also because one of the preconditions for creating a good client relationship based on trust is that the image of institutions correspond to their activities, and we see a lot of the financial services authority that monitor very clearly the way institutions communicate to clients, so that there'll be no misunderstanding. Then there's durability. Now, the growing speed and the irrational nature of financial transaction is making it increasingly difficult to reconcile security and durability. Why is durability in finance such a responsibility issue? Well, because unlike other economic transactions that are more or less instantaneous in nature, investments and financial transactions are usually a mid to long-term undertaking. It doesn't mean that the contracts cannot be short-term. They are short-term, but the undertaking, the underlying relation, the underlying effects of finance is usually mid to long-term. And so contemporary finance is based technically on an essential paradox. Long-term security of the financial operation is dependent on the possibility of a quick exit, and so a short-term position which presupposes liquidity. And so here the financial equilibrium between security and durability is actually tested and put into under great pressure. And so this is something that is specific about finance, and that explains why a concern about durability is important. And we've witnessed over the past 20 years, we've witnessed a growing divide between the return on financial investment and capital invested in the real economy. Okay. There's an obsession, to say it differently, there's an obsession with liquidity and short-term gains that does create wealth, and that has a material and a psychological impact on the real economy and on holders of capital. Let's take a very interesting actual challenge. It's the one related to the Bitcoin and the cryptocurrencies. The volatility of Bitcoin and others, and other blockchain-based, what we call cryptos, has been extremely high. I mean, from a few cents to thousands of dollars for a Bitcoin, in a few months, or and going up and down in a couple of years. Okay, from $2,000, $3,000 a Bitcoin to 60 or 70,000, then back down to 5 or 20, and it's a bit going up and down. One of the explanation of this is that because investors today are confronted with very low interest rates and very low return on investment of any money invested, they have been looking for, of course, they have been looking for higher returns on investment, higher interest rate to be served. And if they cannot find any that are related to the real economy, whether through bonds, state bonds, for example, what we call treasury bonds, or through other types of industrial investment, then they've resorted to riskier and riskier situation. And there's a paper that was recently published by some economists focusing on that, having said that if the U.S. Federal Reserve's policy changes in the coming weeks or months, and other central banks' policy, and that the interest rates go up a bit, then all the money invested in cryptos will move away from the cryptos because it's highly insecure. And the consequence would be a collapse of the crypto market. Okay, and so this is interesting because you see how here you really have the financial rationality that is very different from another type of rationality, one that would involve ethical questioning. Another related observation, Elon Musk, and whether you like him or not, that has no importance, but Elon Musk recently tweeted about the fact that his company, Tesla, that had said it would accept Bitcoin as a currency to buy the Tesla cars, is not accepting them anymore. And why is it not accepting them anymore? Because Elon Musk, in a short tweet yesterday or the day before, said, well, the environmental consequences of Bitcoins, mining for Bitcoins, which takes up a lot of energy, is actually taking up a lot of carbon loaded energy, because it's coal, it's electricity made through coal factories, or using other fossil fuels. And so because of that concern, which would be an ethical concern, okay, he has decided that the company would not accept Bitcoin. The immediate consequence was a drop in the value of Bitcoin. So here we see how the different rationalities come into play when we think about durability. And this is why compliance and bringing in ethical considerations is an important aspect in finance, because of the disconnection between finance and the real economy. Ethical remuneration, then, it's the way in which remuneration is determined so that it will avoid encouraging financial operators to deceive the clients through unfair advantage, or discourage financial operators to systematically favor short-term position and not taking into account the long-term effects of the financial operations. And so the gains of a financial operation should not only be looked at on a short-term basis, but taking into account the maturity of the underlying transaction or financial instrument. And so that's a very specific aspect, and it's a specific aspect that was considered as having played a fundamental role in the 2008 financial crisis. And so ethical remuneration is this remuneration process that takes into account other elements than only the direct interest of the financiers. And finally, transparency and transparency and asymmetrical information. Okay, much has been said about the importance of giving clients transparent information, and at the same time, we know that transparency in itself is an illusory virtue. Okay, there's no extraordinary virtue of transparency for transparency. The reality is that asymmetrical information is the corollary of financial specialization and of the functioning of the market. It is normal that there is asymmetries of information, that the information on the market will always be asymmetrical. Okay, and we know that there will never be a purely and a totally transparent market. It cannot exist. But the problem here is that we need here not simply to provide unprocessed information, but we need to make sure that through proper instruction, any abuse of power from the use of asymmetries in information is avoided. Okay, so the trust between the client and the financial institution needs to be reestablished, or needs to call in third parties such as trust companies, supervisory agencies or bodies, or different guidelines. And so here the importance of an ethical judgment in transparency and asymmetrical information is fundamental, just because of this obvious fact is that you can write down all the laws about transparency you want. It will never deliver full transparency. Okay, there will always be this asymmetry of information, which makes sense. I mean, the owner of the company and the managers of the company have a better understanding of what's going in the company than anybody outside of it. And if you're issuing shares of that company, you can disclose as much information as you want. You will never have the same feeling and understanding of what's happening within the organization. So here, there's a great need of ethical judgment making and ethical standards in order to avoid abuse of that asymmetry of information that will always exist. And a global element here that should be taken into account in terms of issues is the respect for the rules of the market. But we also have to understand that the rules of the market are evolving rules. So it's not an endowment. Remember, we said it doesn't. The rules of the market are not set once and for all. So this brings us to okay. We understand the issues of responsibility. We understand why the ethical judgment-making process is fundamental in finance, because it will complement the natural and unavoidable failures of financial regulation. But then how do you go about doing that? What are the instruments of trust that will foster ethical input and ethical judgment making in the process and in the functioning of finance, in order to reconcile it with real economy? Now, the instruments of trust that can be used, obviously, you have personal relationships, you have charters and codes of ethics that play a very important role, and you have a regulation of financial markets. And of course, here you will find tools like compliance that fit under these chapters. Now, the regulation of financial markets may, in fact, have have two effects, have a doubly beneficial effect. First, it clearly sets the limits of legal financial activity. So one of the first effects of regulation of financial market is to set the limits of what is legal and what is not legal. And secondly, it points the way towards fuller acknowledgement of ethical imperatives. Ethical imperatives that come out of financial regulation are actually embodied through compliance processes. Once again, and we'll see that more in details, the financial regulation cannot always be a very precise order. And so that's another beneficial effect of regulation of financial market, is that it brings forward the fact that there are epistemic moral dilemmas in finance, and that in order to know how to move forward, remember, epistemic moral dilemmas are dilemmas in which you do not know which of the option is morally right or is the correct one to use. There has to be one that is better. But in order to know that, you need fuller knowledge. And regulation of financial market, it does point the way through its internal process and substance and compliance. It points the way towards the need of a fuller acknowledgement of ethical imperatives. Okay, so that's why it plays a double role. Now, very quickly on personal relationship, I won't say much. It's important, of course, to push forward ethical issues, and trust can often be established on the basis of personal links between clients and financial operators. But here, for that to function, you need to have principles of integrity, loyalty, both at the individual level and at the institutional level. Hence, the importance of fostering that within organization. Then we have charters of code and ethics that here again can have a doubly positive effect if they're done with, real concern. Why? Externally, these codes, they increase client and partners' trust. Okay. Externally, outside of the organization, adopting charters and codes of ethics is a very important and powerful signal to the market, and so to the outside parties, that there's an explicit undertaking to abide by certain rules. So that's a reason why organizations will give some publicity to their charters and codes of ethics, because one of the effects, one of the usefulness of these is to foster trust with your clients and your environment. So that's quite important. Then internally, codes should result in a debate among employees about the ethics of what they are doing. And that is, remember what we said, ethics and ethical thinking is about mapping what is good or bad, is about identifying line of conducts, not imposing a single solution, but getting people to understand what are the issues at stakes and which direction should be taken. Okay, so that definitely is one of the effects of charters and codes of ethics, and this shows that it is a process. Ethics is not just an answer, it's a process, and there's more that comes out of it through the process than just the ethics itself. All right, so those are the elements of what we call financial ethics, and this is where the compliance aspect is going to play a fundamental role. Or to say it differently, compliance is going to be one of the practical means to make sure that there is an ethical reasoning in the financial sector and in business in general, which brings us to a business ethics. But I just realized that we've reached the end of this session, so we'll just see that very quickly. Not tomorrow, because tomorrow's Saturday, but on Monday, and then on Monday we'll start looking at some practical situation that involve both ethics and finance and business ethics more generally. Okay, so we'll be moving away from some of the more theoretical presentation about these issues to look more at very specific cases. All right, so I'll post also on Canvas on the platform. I will post a series of links for you to look at, and I will make sure that you have also all the cases that we'll start looking at starting next Monday. Okay, so I'll send a message later on today, and you can see it this weekend or Monday morning when you have time. All right, so I assume it's a bit late to ask if there are any questions, because nobody's going to want to ask a question at just 1 minute before the end of the lecture. But once again, if you have any question, we can have a Q&A session on Monday. Do not hesitate to come up with those questions at that point. All right, and so. Oh, you're welcome. Welcome about the crypto. We can talk some more about them. There are many things to say about cryptos. Having said this, have a good night, because it's getting a little late for you all, and a very good weekend. Hope you can rest a bit, and I'll see you on Monday. Monday evening for you, Monday afternoon for me. Have a great weekend, and see you on Monday.
You are currently the only person in this conference.